Long Tractor Life. Welcome in. Thanks for watching. So I'm mucking around and messing around with a little zero turn today. If you've watched the video the other day, basically I've already put a battery in it and I've repaired the front tire that was busted. And right now I'm in the process of cleaning out leaves and debris and just sort of giving it a bath and so, you know, trying to get all the trash and gook out of it so that I can assess what it needs and try to get it going in that. And I thought, what better way to spend Saturday afternoon than to be with my YouTube friends. So thank you for coming in. I'm sorry for the shadowing, but it's a really super bright day out here and my phone is limited by how far I can go according to this charging cord. You can't see it, it's off camera, but I have the charger cable hooked to the phone so that it don't go down on me. I got the covers off of the deck. These are the covers. And we're going to just kind of, give it a blow job and try to get everything cleaned up. And I'm actually getting ready to take the leaf blower to it because the leaf blower is a lot stronger than the air compressor air. The noise you hear in the background is my neighbor cutting his grass with my tractor, the new one. And so if you guys are somehow entertained by this and you want to watch as I go and do my thing here, appreciate it. Thank you very much and welcome in. We're going to have a go at it. The next step, I blowed it off some with the air compressor and the long stick. So we got that part done. But there's still a good bit of debris down around the deck and underneath the mower. And so I'm going to fire up my little handheld leaf machine and continue on that. Yeah, I'm kind of starting to live stream, right in the middle of this, but I didn't think of it before I started doing this, and so I apologize for that right there. Anyway, we're here now together, and I appreciate you guys coming in. After I get it all blown off and that stuff, I got some Mean Green or Purple Power or some kind of, I forgot the brand, but I have a cleaner and degreaser I'm going to try to clean it up with and hit it with the hose pipe and that sort of thing right there. So I'll probably be on for a while. Stay as long as you want. Leave if you want. Come and go as you want. I'm just doing my thing and filming it on YouTube while I do it. Again, thank you and welcome in, folks. Let's get this thing fired up and get to work. next I got a bottle of Purple Power here. I'm gonna spray the mower down real good with that. And I'm gonna hit it with the hose pipe. Yes, I'm gonna spray it dry. This stuff seems to be working a little better when it's dry. Let me get a scrub brush so I can give it a scrub. Yep. Get the old scrub brush. I think I'm gonna go ahead and roll out my hose pipe. And where's no such thing as a hose pipe? It's either a hose or it's a pipe. Yeah, you're right. Hose and pipe are two different things. Yeah, you're right. Let's see. That way I'll have this thing ready when I need it. Let's see if this Purple Power actually makes a difference. Or not. I changed the front tire a while ago to a little swivel tire. Got that done. I probably should have videoed that, but I didn't think of that. There's probably 2-3 million videos of people doing that anyway. So that's not that important. This thing's been sitting under trees since 2021. So it's pretty crusty. There's no shortage of crust on it. But it seems like a decent mower. I sure hope it is.
Wider deck, huh?
It's the same width as the other one was. Check it out. We're on live right now, by the way. Just so you know.
Huh?
We're on live.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm filming live right there.
What's up, YouTube? Yeah, dude. That didn't take long at all.
That thing's fun to drive.
Fuck yeah.
Shay, get down.
She's excited to see me.
I know, but she has no manners, dude. Yeah, I started on this thing. I said, well, why not go live? Why not?
I figured I saw your damn thing.
And I'm direct. I'm not on third party.
Right.
So I have no idea. I'm not even looking at comments. I'm just doing my thing and letting it be live.
It crunk, didn't it?
It turns over. I haven't tried to start it yet, but it turns over. Yeah. I Didn't know
Says
it
it
turned
needs
on.
lube. Said lube there for a second.
Yeah,
There you
I
go.
see it, yeah.
Yeah. Gotta put the lube on it.
We'll move it.
I need to bring home a pressure washer and keep it in your building.
That'd be cool.
It's just cold water only, but it still gets you clean. Got good
Yeah, it
pressure.
would do good for something like this,
Got good pressure to it.
right?
AJ's boy sent me this. Kmart gave me that.
Oh yeah, that's their, he's got a
lawn
little business, yeah. He's been doing some stuff actually,
Good.
recently.
Good to hear. Got 2 gas tanks?
It holds 10 gallons of fuel. Yeah, this is
Wow.
commercial grade,
That
dude.
almost lasts the whole fucking summer.
Yeah, this is a commercial mower. This ain't the consumer grade. That's why I hope it's good, and even if the motor's shit, I'll just go buy one of V-twin Predator motors and put on it.
Yeah.
You know, even if I had to buy an engine, you can buy the V-twin Predators that are the same engine as this. For,
$700.
yeah, not much money.
Nope. I got a couple of the horizontal shafts.
Do you?
Well, I had one. I got one. It's on the bench.
Right, right.
It needs a new ignition.
But I'm hoping this one's probably all right.
Yeah.
Let's see how it washes off. Oh yeah, this didn't come off. Probably gotta do some scrubbing. It's already better than that. Look at that shit.
Oh yeah.
Take the fine off of it. Hell yeah.
Hello, Moto.
There.
I don't know what this goes to, but I saw it in your yard.
What is it?
It looks like caps your battery.
Oh yeah, it's probably off of this.
Yeah. I know you don't like to get off the mower and pick shit up, so I figured I'd pick it up for you.
Thanks. This one's looking better already, dude. Better already. Hell yeah. See you, Bob. Have a good day. few minutes whilst I refill my bottle. Then I'm gonna hit it again and scrub on it and see what results that produces. It's already a big improvement, yo. It's already a lot cleaner than it was. And why don't you see if you get it running before you clean it? Well, it's easier to work on and clean it first. Bob missed a spot. I know he did. Gotta go back and do a recut. This is a beautiful mower. I hope the engine's good. I think it probably is. This thing was running when the guy had it. He just parked it. He stopped doing the landscaping, and he had 2 of these rigs, and he just parked them. I don't know where the other one is, but he shows up with this one and says, "Here, you can have it." So, even if I wind up scrapping the whole machine, which I'm not, it's still worth the price I paid for it. So there's that. And I don't know, I think that looks like a stamped deck, but it looks like a thicker, that's not your consumer grade deck. That deck is thick as hell. It's a stamped deck, but damn it, it's thick, and it's got the rib all the way around on it instead of just in the front. It's a nice looking machine. Let's do some scrubbing, y'all. Since it's a scrub cadet, let's give it a scrub.
the corner of that garden.
Oh,
How you lock in that fucking, brake? Oh, never mind, I see.
yeah. You got it.
I got it. Taking me a second. Now, nice try on your, seal.
What seal?
That seal.
Huh? Oh, that.
With
My
your
JB Weld.
Yeah, your JB
I'm
Weld
gonna
guy.
buy another hose. I just did that so I could get another hose and nozzle.
Gotcha.
You know, the only problem with trial and error is the error.
Yeah, well, you know. It's only a mistake if you keep repeating it.
Right? Them facts.
Them facts. Other than that, it's a learning experience.
Yes, sir. I've had a lot of that.
Yep.
This thing's gonna look good when I get done, bro.
It is. How much you gonna sell that for?
Just try me.
You gonna keep that one?
Fuck yeah.
You gonna sell the new one over here?
Fuck no.
All right.
If it's yellow, it stays with me.
Good, good. Cause I'm already attached to it.
That thing's awesome, dude. That one's not going anywhere. Neither is this one. I might buy and sell 50 mowers next year, but these ones are not, they're off limits.
Good.
I was over there the other day.
Was it?
Yeah. I took them ties over for Bishop.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I walked through the yard with Nana. She wanted to show me her yard.
Yeah. Well, plants.
Yeah, since the hurricane and that.
Uh-huh.
She walked me down through there and showed me everything.
Oh yeah.
She talked about the railroad ties and all that good shit.
Yeah. Take you in the house and show you Bishop's mess too.
No, I didn't go in the house. She didn't invite me. She said, we're gonna have Easter dinner over there. Oak.
Yeah, that's Sunday.
She
Or
invited
this
me
Sunday.
for Easter.
Yeah, I was wondering if you're coming.
I'm planning on it, yeah. Yep, I'm planning it.
Hell yeah, dude. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
Is Diana going?
No.
No?
No, not yet.
Not soon enough,
Not soon. Yeah, too soon.
or too soon, I mean.
Yeah, too soon. Still too soon. I think she's still alive.
I'm gonna clean it up and then, this thing's got fucking grease fittings everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lube it and grease it good and get all that
What I'm
done.
gonna do, bring my car over here and use a grease gun on it.
I bought one of those Timu grease guns, the battery operated.
How's it work?
That fucking thing skeets grease, man.
I
It was
guess.
only $80. It wasn't exactly a Timu, but I call it a Timu.
I get it.
It come off of Amazon.
Right, right.
It's straight out of China,
Oh yeah.
but it does a good job. I needed it for that dump truck because that hand pump will wear you out, you know.
Yep.
And it was a pretty good investment.
I went to lube my front end about 3 weeks ago, man, and both grease guns had one shot of grease left in each one. I was like, well,
Oh,
that don't
shit.
help me none.
Oh hell. Well, I got a whole 10-pack of grease in there if you need any. That thing does a good job on the dump truck. Which is why I bought it, but I'm gonna use it on this thing too.
Hell yeah. I gotta get these. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, man. Have a good one, bro.
Yep. Yeah, it don't take long to cut the grass with that mower.
Hey, if you can, come over here and tell the people how to sub to you, man.
Oh yeah.
Shameless plug your channel, bro.
Shameless plug of my channel. What's up, YouTube? Bob Noxious RX on YouTube. Subscribe. Not doing much on it right now, but I'm trying to get back into it. So y'all have a good one. There you go.
See you, buddy.
Caught me off guard.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, I know it happens.
It's all right.
I get caught off guard all the time. good guy. You've been a really good neighbor and a really good friend to me since I've been here. Clean and pretty was. Spot wrench here. Big brush. We'll put the big one. There we go. Alrighty. Ooh, some goo in there. Very heavy poo-poo in that one. scrub cadet. We're giving it a scrub. We're scrubbing our cub. Have you scrubbed your cub lately? I know I have. I swapped out that little right front, the swivel tire, the 6-inch, earlier. And for the life of me, I don't know why I didn't make a video of that. Yeah, I bet. It'll be alright. Okay, Sarah, Sarah. Okay, Sarah, Sarah. Quesadilla. I don't know if I've ever mentioned it or not, but I've never even worked on anything like this. I know nothing about this machine. I'm a lawn tractor kind of guy, so this is all new to me with this zero turn. So I'm kind of winging it, you know. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. And actually, the same is true for the lawn tractors. I hope I'm not getting my phone all wet. But there's always time to learn something new. So, it's a total new thing for me. And I love a challenge. I do, I enjoy a challenge. And I'm never too old to learn. I'm never too smart to learn. That's what's important. Some people think they can't learn once they get to a certain point. I happen to feel that the opposite is true. You're never too smart to learn something. In my opinion, anyway. A teachable heart. That's what they call it. Still have a teachable heart. this right here for a minute. Yeah, I'm pulling my pants up. I've been losing weight lately.
I found it.
What you found?
Your weight.
Hey,
Right here.
you found my weight?
Right here.
Oh,
Why you keep reaching me around the yard? Right? Up here washing your lawn and stuff?
we're live on YouTube.
Are we?
Yeah. Right
Alright.
there, say hi to the folks.
So we can't talk about the drugs and the gun smuggling?
Yeah, that's what YouTube's for.
Oh, okay.
We're
I thought that
smuggling
was the
drugs
dark
and
web.
guns. We're smuggling lawnmowers and shit too.
I'm gonna do the neighborly thing. I need to borrow your trimmer.
You see? You see how he
You
is?
see how it is?
This is Todd, by the way. Todd's a badass musician,
Nah.
and he kind of hangs out between me and Bob, and wastes his time and takes up space.
That's me. I am those.
It's kind of like, it looks like a stick with a motor on the end. There's a motor on one end and a wheel on the other end. Look, some sugar. Get your. Todd wants to borrow my weed whacker.
What the hell is this?
Oh, that looks good. You can't borrow my mini bike, fucker. That's the mini bike rig. You can borrow anything, but not my mini bike. That's my satanic mini bike outfit.
Yeah. Looks like Nazi steampunk.
Yeah, I call him Sleazy Rider.
Sleazy rider.
Yeah.
You're scalping. Alright, I'm gonna borrow
Is there any gas in that?
Supposed to have
Frost,
gas?
check it before you run it.
Are they supposed to have gas in them?
Well, they run better with fuel.
Looks like it's got gas in it.
Okay,
I'll bring it back empty though.
sure.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, man.
Your lifesaver.
He's just buttering me up. Because he wants to use my weed whacker. He's really just trying to make an old man feel good. That's all. This has been quite a process getting this thing cleaned up. Fucking thing is dirty. long have we been on now? I see some comments, but unfortunately I'm unable to read them. Anfield, welcome, welcome. I can read a few comments. Ducky on Roblox says hi. Carter Burt, hi. Anfield Road Layout in the Loft, hi. How you doing? Thanks for watching and welcome in. We appreciate y'all tuning in while we clean this beast up. And that, thank you very much. I think you have some amazing train layouts. I've been watching some of your videos. You got some badass trains going on, bro. You got some amazing work there. I do some scale modeling too. I used to produce a few videos with modeling. It's not easy. Especially when you're great, when you're good at it. Modeling of any kind is something that takes a lot of work and effort and pride. I did polystyrene kits, semi-trucks, for a while. Yeah, I used to build them when I was a kid, but I didn't really know what I was doing. And most of them turned out, well, like what you would expect from a kid. And then, back during COVID, I went and bought, Hobby Lobby had these retro kits, AMTs, Revels, monograms, semi-trucks, you know, and some of them brought back a lot of old memories for me. And so I bought several of them. There's nothing to do during COVID. So I bought several of them kits and put them together. I filmed a few videos. I made a few videos. And I did that for a minute, and I enjoyed it. But I also discovered that my hands and my eyes are not what they used to be. So I didn't pursue it. You have to have a real steady hand and a great eye and a lot of patience in order to be a scale modeler of any kind, particularly with trains. Because model trains don't just sit around and collect dust. They're active, you know. They have moving parts and that kind of stuff. So shout out for being a scale modeler, and you do a terrific job, sir. I'm amazed at some of the videos I've seen of your work, buddy. kind of wear a guy out. Okay. Now the last part of cleaning this rig is doing this left rear wheel. This left rear wheel was completely covered in black shit. And I don't know why, but I'm gonna really have to scrub it to get it clean. It'll take a good bit of work to get this one like it should be. But I think we can do it. Let's try. Let's just see what we can do with it. Yeah, that's grease. Thought so. It took a good bit to get this one cleaned up. I don't know why it's saturated on that wheel so thick. Do a little rinse and repeat here. Not too bad considering where it started at. I'm actually pretty pleased with that one. Alright. Get some of that. Oh yeah. Big time. Look at that. Seat back. Let's lay this panel back. Give that a scrub. And also down front here. Kind of cool today. It's been a beautiful day, but it's not super warm. It's probably 68 to 72, and we have very low humidity right now. So it's been a pretty good day, weather-wise. That. I think I'm done with this brush. Get this brush out a little bit. Something here that needs some attention. I got a little bit of the sniffles. Not Wuhan flu. Pollen seed. Sir,
Are you still on your OnlyFans?
I'm on YouTube.
It's not OnlyFans today.
No, I don't have an OnlyFans, sorry.
Yes, you do.
I know you were hoping.
You don't want YouTube to find out, I get it.
How about a feet finder? I got to start a feet finder page for my trusty ass feet. Dude, I got some gargoyle toes, bro. Alright, I think I just about got it like I want it. What do you folks think? Does this thing look any better? Do you think it was an improvement cleaning it up? I don't know how much you can tell on video, but I think it looks better. What do you guys think? Hit me up in the comments and tell me if I did a good thing. Does it look better to you guys? What do you guys think? HBP, Hupper Billy, how you doing, buddy? HBP is a good man. He's a good friend of mine. He's great at blackjack. He knows how to pick a great restaurant. And he's good people. Yeah, I think it looks better. It's definitely better than it was. I don't know how much of it shows up on video, but I'm going to take the air hose to it and maybe the leaf blower one more time, and I'm going to try to give it a blow dry. I probably need to scrub these too out. I think I need to hit these two deck belt covers. Give those a quick wash while I got them in position here. Go ahead and hit these one time. No, not so close to that camera though. Let's go over here and do it. Gonna hit them over here somewhere. Huffer Billy. Start a gut finder. That's pretty good. I used Purple Power. I bought a gallon jug of Purple Power and put it in a spray bottle. And it's straight, it's not cut. I'm using it straight. There's a lot of stuff you can use that works though. It's just Purple Power was handy and available and right around the corner, and I didn't have to drive far. So, straight Purple Power in a Zep spray bottle. That's what we're cleaning with. Old Huffer Billy. Set these over here. Let them dry out. everybody. We got it washed off. It looks way better to me. So I'm gonna wind up the hose here. Then I'm gonna let it dry a few minutes. Get these damn wet gloves off my fingers. And then I'm gonna dry it. I'm gonna use the leaf blower and the air hose to dry it off good. And then we'll get the lubricating. This thing's got, I don't know how many grease fittings, but there's a boatload of grease fittings on it. Let's read some comments. Did they ever find out what happened to your neighbor? You know what? That was such a long time ago, man. I can't believe you're bringing it up. But the neighbor, it wasn't my neighbor. It wasn't the neighbor. It was the house next door. The neighbors were long gone. Okay? I want everybody to understand that. So many people in the football community got this wrong. I really don't even want to talk about it. I'm having a good time. I'm not getting into it. I'm done with that subject. That was 4 years ago, man. And I had nothing to do with it. I just happened to be living next door to it when it happened. The house that was next door to me, that's not even the same house anymore, was an abandoned home. Nobody had lived in it for years. A stray woman goes in the house, breaks into it, does drugs, overdoses on the drugs, and goes away, passes away, dies. Whatever you want to call it. She died in the house of an overdose of drugs. I don't know what drugs. Some other people came to the house to steal copper. And they found a dead body and called the law. That's all I know. That house has been gone since 2022. There's a completely different home in that spot now. That's an Airbnb. I happen to be the guy living next door. It ain't the first time it ever happened. It's the first time it ever happened here, but in the world it's happened many times before. That's all I got to say about that. Fuck, I was having a good time. I don't know why I get so bent out of shape over that bullshit. And it's because the YouTube football, college football community, a lot of them started making motherfucking jokes about me about it. Like I'm some kind of fucking serial killer. I'm nothing but an old man living his life. I ain't got shit to do with what goes on over there, back there, or over there. All I got anything to do with is these four walls. So don't fucking come here with that shit. Y'all hear that weed eater running? That's why I don't loan shit to people. He's running that thing with the string too short. It's running too many RPMs. I don't like to loan shit. Todd's a good guy. It's just a weed. Break it off. Buy me another one. No, no. That's not quite as bad as this was. Maybe next weekend. Yeah, maybe next weekend we'll do that one.
I am grass man.
Yep. See you, buddy. Enjoy the rest of your day. Are you gonna cut that right there with the mower?
Probably gonna get the push mower out for it.
Okay. Is it running?
I don't know.
The last time I knew, the Husky wasn't running. You're welcome to drive this if you want.
Oh, I'll probably, actually, I might have to do it with the thing. I just wanna get with them and put it together and then cut around it pretty much.
Oh, you mean the,
So it's all
Federal.
staked down.
Yeah.
Where the feet's at.
yeah. All right, well, it's out here if you wanna use it.
I'm gonna get them to maybe help me do that tonight or tomorrow. Oh.
My yard tools are your yard tools, Todd. I said, my yard tools are your yard tools. Right. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? I gotta lubricate this thing. Here's grease fittings all up under here. Yeah, I think that's next. I think I need to go ahead and start hitting some of these grease fittings. Getting this thing lubricated up. Lubricated. I think that's next on the agenda. Some lubrication. Lubrication. Okay. Let's get out the young grease gun. This is my nifty little Amazon grease gun. Battery operated. Speaking of battery, I probably need that. I bought it to use on my dump truck. It actually does a pretty good job. It wasn't but about 80 bucks. And it's got this little lock and pin tip on it. There's a few places on the dump truck that this won't reach, but it's not a deal breaker. It does a pretty good little job. So, let's see if we can put it to work here, y'all. There it goes. Okay. On that wheel. Finding all of these grease fittings might take a minute. Okay. There's two down here. We're not going to get on those. Let's see. Oh, God. On there like this. I'm not going to be able to get them with this. Have to use the other one. mixed under here with several. Looks like there's two here. One here. Okay. And then we have one there. Here. Okay. Another one here. Okay. Alright. And I know these deck spindles have them. And this ain't here. Now why would there not be any here? That doesn't make sense. Everything's got them, but there's none here. Weird. No grease fitting there at all. That does not make fucking sense. Okay. Moving on. Oh. Right. Fitting here for this one. There it is for the center one. That might actually be better access from the front. Jeez, I ain't gonna be able to get that one with this gun. They probably should have 45 that grease fitting, dude. That one should have been on 45 grease fitting, but whatever. What's that? Ah, okay. There's one right there. Oh, I get it. Yeah, that one should be a 45 as well. I'm not gonna be able to get this on there, I don't think. No, I'm not gonna be able to get that one on there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use the handgun with that one. I see two under here. That's gonna be fun to get to. Yep, okay. Stick my hand on that one. Come on. Get your ass up. That's not good. Alright. There's that one. I'm gonna go all the way around there to get the other one. Ah, yeah. You know what would be a good idea is a centralized lubrication. 1, 2, 3 fittings does it all, you know? That would be terrific. And you can't have everything, right? One more over here that I hope I can get to. I think we're on it. Yep, that's it. That did it. All right, I got 1, 2, 3, 4 that I can't get to with this gun. I have to use the other one. It's actually broken right now, so I'll have to do that later. Not what I'm doing right now. I tell you, the deck looks really good on this rig. rust, but it's not any structural damage. It's just surface rust, which is to be expected. Alright, we're done with the lubrication portion of this live stream. That's finished, completed, finalized, done, over with, in the books. I'm going to put these little covers back on, but I'm going to freshen up these bolts a little bit. These little old thumb screws. Where we at? Are we not recording still? Yeah, we're still recording. These thumb screws, yeah, it's hard to tell with the shadowing, but where you at? They're looking pretty bad. They need to get cleaned up and get some anti-seize on them. Maybe some new washers. Let's see if we got some washers for those. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, we'll put some new washers on them bad boys. Get them cleaned up a little bit. Fresh new washers, and that'll make them go on and off a bit better. Let's go down here and get back in camera view for this job. Why don't we do that? Go down here and get with the people. Read some comments. Let's see who else wants to troll me in the comments. P Digits, what's up, P Digits? Where did those mowers come from? Well, apparently you haven't been watching my videos, sir. The tractor style mower in the back is a brand new one. It came from over here at Tractor Supply locally. It had a few problems and it sat around for a while, and they sold it to me for a huge discount. There's a video or two on that. And then this commercial grade zero turn showed up on my doorstep a few days ago. The guy around the corner, who used to be a landscaper, had two of them, and he stopped landscaping in 2021. And this mower, I don't know about the other one, but this machine sat behind his house in the backyard forever. I tried to buy it from him a couple years ago, and he wasn't interested in selling it. But then I was outside one day in my yard, and he showed up with it and asked me did I want it, and just handed it to me. It's been sitting for a while. Hi, Sonny. How you doing? But that's where they came from, P. Digits. P. Digits is a local guy. He's a friend. I know him personally. He's good people. I still haven't made it to that pizza place over there, the Three Daddies, that's your family. I've been wanting to go over there and I just can't ever think of it. But hopefully I'll get that done someday, because I've been hearing that it's an awesome place. Haven't been watching much videos at all. Yeah, well, me too. You know, I've been in the chat room and some of the live streams. I haven't been on, you know, anybody else's live stream in a while. But I've been in the comments section, and, you know, I'm still hanging with Uncle Lou and Pete and Rec Talk and the ladies. I watch their show. Sometimes I don't get to watch them whenever they're live. I almost always have to watch it on replay because, well, I'm usually working when it's on. But I try to catch the replays when I can. Some of the channels I haven't been participating in for a while. The late night ones in particular. Good food. Try the brownies. Try the brownies. Are those loaded brownies? Because I can't have loaded brownies. If I get high and get naked and run through the streets of Marietta, South Carolina, someone might blame that on me instead of the brownies. So I can't be having that. As I get older, my inhibitions fade. I don't know. I mean, I love brownies. I gotta make sure that they're legal brownies. Can't have the 420 brownies. P Digits and HBP. Pete and Traveling Fools. Yeah, Traveling Fools, I love him. And I love his channel, but I'm not big on the trivia. I'm never good at it. And he's pretty much dedicated most of his channel to trivia. And I did watch the cruise video he did. I enjoyed that. And also, they tend to be late at night and for many, many hours. So, it's nothing against P Digits. It's just his show is on at the wrong time. And it's not the kind of content lever down here. I have no idea what it's for. It seems to engage something, but I'm not sure what the hell it does. I don't know what that lever does, but I'm gonna put it back like it was. Sorry about the butt shot. I'm sorry you folks have to see that. My ass. Alright, 10. Just set it 3, but I'm gonna put it back at 2.5. Yeah. There it is, folks. It's all cleaned up and it looks damn good. I'm pretty happy with the result. P. Digits, you gotta come by and hang out sometime, man. There's a whole new house over here next door. It's badass. You gotta come and visit sometime, bro. We're not that far apart, you know. I'd love to hang out with you sometime and catch up with you and see what the hell you've been up to. So, do yourself a favor. Stop in and say hi sometime, man. That would be awesome. I would come and visit you, but I don't know exactly where you live. Swing by sometime. Let's have a beer and a conversation. How about a cooking video? That would be great. One of those barbecuing videos, man. We miss that stuff. Give me 1 minute, folks. I'll be right back. Have to make a little trip to the house for that. I'll return. Something just hit the roof. Alright, I'm back. So, it's time for bacon, y'all. I'm taking a bacon break. I break for bacon. Who wants bacon? P Digits made me hungry being here by showing up. Now I'm hungry. So it's bacon break time. Anybody tried the orange cream Cokes? 0 sugar? Anybody tried that? It's pretty good. I like them. Some orange cream, soda, and some bacon. I guess I gotta get a seat or a cover for that seat. Cover and pad. You can buy a cover and pad for them. The next thing I'm gonna do is get it running. We're gonna see if we can get it to even try to run. I think it'll run. What do y'all think? Y'all think it'll run? I say it probably runs. What brand motor is on the 0? That's a 25 horse V-twin Kohler. It's V-twin Kohler, 25 horsepower, commercial engine. The mower, the machine is a 1997. The engine, however, shows a date code of 1999. I did some homework. These mowers came with that engine. So I'm thinking it's a replacement engine, maybe a warranty. I don't know. I don't know what Cocadet and Kohler's commercial warranties were like in those years. But we have an engine 2 years newer than the machine. Showing 1,310 hours on the hour meter. Standard practice is when you replace the engine, you replace the hour meter so you can set it back to 0. So I don't know. And for what I paid, I don't care. If the engine is bad, I'm just going to throw one of them V-twin Predators on here from Harbor Freight. $400. This bacon's really good, y'all. I didn't make it. It came from Waffle House. It was leftovers from breakfast this morning. It's Waffle House bacon. Cheers. If it needs fixing, you can do it. Thank you, HBP. I appreciate the compliment, sir. I don't fix everything I go for, though. I try. I try. I try as hard as anybody, but I don't always win. Sometimes there's 2 or 3 sitting around the corner right now that I couldn't do nothing with them. Had to give up on them. They were just lost causes. PJ just was talking about the predators. PJ just have you seen my mini bike? Hey, you calm down. It's not even running, Shay, hush. Not even running yet, Shay, hush. Let's show PJ the mini bike. Shay hates this thing. Here we go. Boom. This is my baby. I put a brand new 212 on this one. Straight out of Harbor Freight. Will you hush? Go on. I bought the little mini bike off of Facebook with the 96cc. Way too small for my big ass. So I put it up on Facebook for sale. And a guy contacted me. He had bought this bike for his grandson, as a Christmas gift. And turns out the grandson's way too small for it. So he wanted to trade me straight across. So I did. Actually, I had 212 swapped that little mini bike. But when he and I did our trade, I put the 96 back on it for the little kid to ride, you see. So I have an extra 212 sitting over in the shop here in the corner. That's going to be my hog motor. I'm going to build that motor all billet rod and camshaft and valve springs and do all the shit to it that you do to them. This one here is, I bought this engine when they were on sale for $99. They're on sale again, actually. But this was the last time they were 99 bucks. Like November? No, January. So, the only thing I did to this motor, as soon as I got it home, I pulled it out of the box and took it apart completely and pulled the governor out of it. I didn't do this zip tie trick. I wanted to remove the governor completely. And then slapped it on this bike and went to riding. And just this week, I put street tires on it because those knobbies were beating the hell out of me going up and down the roads around here. So I just converted it to street tires. I made a video about that, I think. And so, but yeah, I'm having a blast on this little fucking thing. This thing is more fun than a barrel of tits. It really is. If this mini bike was sitting next to a barrel of tits, I would get on this mini bike and go. Trust me. Thing's a blast. So yeah, quick little mini bike show and tell. Shay, come on. I'm not gonna get on it and ride it right now. The dog goes crazy over it. She don't like it. I think she thinks it's trying to eat me or something. Come over to the house and we'll go for a ride on it. You can ride it. Cook some brisket, ride mini bikes. Briggs and Stratton, yeah, they're still pretty popular. They haven't built them in a while, the flatheads, but they're still hugely popular. The 5-horse and the 8-horse Briggs and the 10-horse Tecumseh flathead motors, still wildly popular. They're getting hard to find. You can still get parts for them, but you can't buy new motors anymore. It's a shame because those are tough, bulletproof little engines. But to be quite honest with you, to be Chinese engines, these little fucking Predators, man, they rock pretty good. I pushed that little mini bike pretty hard, and it takes it. What else we got? Cool barter deal. Dude, trust me, I like teddies. Teddies are great. Teddies are wonderful. You know, and you can never have enough of them. But in my opinion, the mini bike's more fun. Not that teddies are not fun. Teddies are fun, depending on who they're on. And, you know, there's different titties, but to me, there's no bad titties. But nobody's ever been angry on a mini bike, ever. Just putting that out there. You've never seen anybody on a mini bike mad. In fact, you've never seen anybody sucking on a titty that's mad either. So that doesn't really mean anything. But the tariffs Briggs make up. Briggs still builds engines. Briggs and Stratton still builds engines. They just don't build the flathead engines anymore. They're still building engines. And actually, these little... So, you have the Honda GX60 engine, which is the original overhead valve 5 to 13 horse engine. Came out in the 80s. Then Briggs started coming out with something that was an overhead valve that looked exactly like it. And then the Chinese people decided to copy the Briggs motor. So the Predator is a copy of a copy. And they work. It's a great design. Briggs and Stratton still actually produces the engine, but it looks identical to this engine here. All three engines look very similar in appearance, but very few parts interchange between them, very few. Predator 9000 generator. With the tariffs, the Briggs may come back. Oh, I like the giggling titties. Giggling titties. I've never seen a titty giggle. I've seen a woman giggle, but never saw a titty giggle. That would be interesting to see. Giggling titties. Honey, your titties are giggling. And I like it. I like to see your tits giggle. I'm going to get back at it in just a minute, folks. I'm just taking a little bacon break. And taking it easy for a minute. I'm in no hurry. I have nothing but time. All these cables and shit seem to be working good. Does that work? Probably take this out now. And the carburetor. Carbonator. So we have. Let's see if we can make this thing talk to us. I don't know on these mowers. Now I do see a seat switch here. And there's two switches down below for the arms. Yeah, but I think those arms just have to do with blade engagement and that, you know. I don't think they have anything to do with the actual starting of the mower. This is a parking brake. It doesn't even look like it's engaged. No, it is. It's engaging. Okay. Like I said, I know absolutely nothing about zero turn mowers. Nothing at all. But I do know something about this one over here. This one here will start without you sitting on the seat as long as the parking brake is engaged. So I'm going to assume that this one does the same thing. I'm assuming that if the parking brake is set, the mower is supposed to start without being on the seat. I could be wrong. I do know that a while ago when I put the battery in it, that it doesn't even click. Nothing's even clicking here. There's no clicking. I also know that it won't, this is what engages your blades here. It won't start with that pulled up. It has to be down, so it's down. Alright, so we have that down. We're not even getting a click out of it here. And I don't know if I still have it, but there was a pretty random. Now here's a fuse. Let's check this fuse. This could be a bad fuse. Let's just check this fuse. What you say we did? Appears to be okay. I'm assuming that's all right. I found a random jumper wire underneath this rig earlier this morning when I was fixing the tire. I don't know why it's there. It's laying right here. So, and I know know that this machine is slam full of random safety switches. Some of them are open switches and some of them are closed circuit switches. So let's, I don't know which ones are what, but I can find out. Let's see if we got power to the starter. We do. We have a lot of power there. Here's our solenoid switch. Let's test it for power. We have power on the solenoid. We're going to have to test the solenoid to see if we got power coming across it on the second terminal. It's going to be a little bit precarious to get to. Maybe I can do this. I'm going to have to hold the test light on this solenoid while I hold the key in start position. Okay, so we don't even have power going across the solenoid. Or do we? Nope, that goes over. That doesn't go back to the starter. I do somewhere else. Get back up for now. That probably goes over to the coil. I'm wondering if the solenoid's supposed to be grounded somewhere. Okay, so this wire goes up into the system, so there's a lot of wires not hooked up under here. Okay, I see the system now. So we gotta go across that with 12 volts. Coming from the switch. Switch. Where does the power come from the key switch? Where would that power come from? We got a whole harness over here. One of these maybe it's coming from the switch. Well, I know I can take this jumper wire. And I can jump across the solenoid with it. And the machine's gonna spin, but it's not gonna fire. This will make it spin, but not fire. See what I mean? Now let's try turning the key switch on. We'll give it a little drink of fuel. Turn the key on and give it a little drink of fuel. And if it has spark, it'll at least bust for a second. Alright, let's turn the switch on. Switch it on. Right. Let's see if it'll talk to us. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope. Okay, so we have no spark issue. We have a no spark issue. The one thing, that plug wire's not even on all the way. I don't think that's our problem though. This thing backfires, it's gonna catch me on fire. This will be a great stream after that. This stream will pick up some views for that. Okay. But we definitely have some sort of electrical gremlin happening here. Something bad going on here. There's a lot of stuff under here that ain't hooked up to shit. One, two, three, four. We have 4 wires not hooked to anything under here. Well, somebody's done us a favor and unhooked a bunch of shit randomly on this shit. And then also I noticed my fuel pump ain't hooked up, or at least ain't hooked up proper. So we're gonna have to deal with that. But that's secondary. It should at least try to fire if there's ignition. This hose here is hooked to here, and it should be hooked to here. So that's weird. That's not correct at all. We're gonna pull that off. Okay. We're gonna hook these two like they're supposed to be hooked. Alright. That should be right there. I'm sure of it. And then the zip tie cutters and the new zip tie put right there. Yep. Okay. Cutters and a zip tie. And a baby flathead screwdriver. Okay. I think my neighbor just didn't want to fool with this thing. That's what I think. Neighbor just said, yeah, I'm not a mechanic. Probably why it sat up for so long. It probably had something go wrong with it. He couldn't figure it out. Couldn't afford to take it anywhere. Or just didn't want to bother with it. So I wound up with it. Perfectly fine by me. I don't mind inheriting someone else's problem. As long as I can get it figured out and get it taken care of. It's all good. Some reason there's a grommet missing. Oh, okay. That should still work though. That should still go, even though the grommet's gone. I'll put a grommet in that later. Yeah, we can deal with that another time. Okay, it should still be sending fuel to it. Alright, now, next. This fuel pump. That looks like. The same thing as this. That goes to the carbonator. And then, okay, so here's something I'm wondering. I think that the fuel hooked up wrong. Maybe that's supposed to go to there. Both of them. Or is one of them a vacuum? Good question. Good question. We have this line coming from somewhere. There's a line right here. Where does this line go back to? Okay, that's a vacuum line. Or crankcase vent line. That's what that is, crankcase vent. Yep, that's definitely a crankcase vent. So that's going to go somewhere on this pump. And then the one line goes somewhere. And then the one feeds the carbonator. Okay. Alright, so this one goes to here. This is the one that goes to the carbonator. This one goes to carbonator. So both of these are on one level and this is on a different level. One of these is crank, it pushes. It's not a vacuum, it's a crankcase exhaust, crankcase venting. I just gotta figure out which one's which here. I know this fella goes to the carbonator. Got him figured out. Sits up there like this. But one of these is the vent and one is the fuel. Huh. I'm going to assume that this one is the vent and this one's the fuel just because it's in alignment with the one going to the car. They're marked P and RH. There's arrows. I think I got it. I gotta take the old one off. There's an old one on here. It may still be good. Let me get something and get that off with. Smaller than that. Oh, that's it. Okay. Cool. I need some pliers. So it can go back. And I just screw like this. There's a fastener missing. I gotta replace. It should be in here. Alright. See if we can match this screw up pretty good. Hell, that looks just like it right there. Boom. Fuck yeah, damn, that was quick. That was too easy. That was way too easy. Excellent. And then some pliers for the clamp. This one's not marked at all. It just has a brand name on it. Cooney. I don't even know if that fuel pump's bad or not, but I'm just gonna assume that it is because somebody changed it out or tried to. We'll mount this one on here. Eventually. Ah, shit, I knew it was too good to be true. It's too short. Let's get something a little bit longer. Hell yeah. Alright. Let's try again. That might be too big around. It looks like it'll work. See if we can find another one like that. That's something along here, maybe just that. Come on, there's gotta be something here. Got to be something here, buddy. What is that? Those might actually work, maybe. These might, well, no. There's, I knew it was too good to be true, man. Come on, there gotta be something in here I can use. Alright, we're gonna go with these two. I found two I believe might work. Not what I wanted, but they'll probably do. Yeah, those will work. These will work. These will work. Alright, so we got him buttoned down. Now let's look at the carbonator. Okay. And then hook to the, what I'm assuming is the vacuum or crankcase vent. These fuel pumps got like a little pinwheel inside of them. And when the crankcase vents, it kind of spins it. It's how they operate. And then I have to run this line from here back over to here, which looks like it's long enough to do that job. So first we'll plug it in here. Pretty sure I don't have any clamps for it, but it being a suction line, it doesn't need a clamp. Be okay without one for now. Now we have fuel going. I've already checked the oil. The oil is okay. It's not terrific, but it's good enough to start up on. I I'm not sure what the fuck this thing is. Okay, that just goes back to the breather. Nothing. Yeah, that's secondary. Cut off solenoid here. My problem right now is ignition. And I gotta figure out how to make it spark. I wonder if I just unplug this big fella. I wonder if I just unplug that. This will spark. Maybe not, but it's worth a try, right? Put all this stuff up over here on the desk in case this thing fires. Can't be losing tools. Let's check on the comments, see who's saying what. Solvable now, the starter's firing. What kind of oil do you like using for your equipment? Well, it depends on the equipment. And it also depends on where you're. Doesn't need synthetic oil. Use the dinosaur juice. I tend to run SAE 30. Non-detergent, detergent doesn't matter. A long time ago, the old flatheads, like Hupper was talking about, you wanted to use a non-detergent oil. Nowadays, non-detergent's hard to find. You can find it, but it's hard to get, and it's expensive when you do find it. So, the other rule I have is I try to avoid the off-brand oils, you know, Wolf's Head, and even Quaker State has become a generic oil brand. Quaker State ain't what it used to be. STP oil, same thing, it's went generic. Used to run STP oil a good bit, and a long time ago ran Quaker State, but not anymore. Same thing with Havoline. Havoline is now a generic oil. Those companies have sold out to other companies who sold to other companies who sold to other companies, and those are now generic oils. STP, all their products are generic now. Havoline, Valvoline is still a good brand. Pennzoil is good oil. And Castrol. Any of that shit that you buy at Walmart in the blue jugs, that SuperTech, that is crap. Don't ever put SuperTech in anything. When it comes to the weight of oil, depends on the engine. A lot of engines don't run SAE 30 anymore. They don't make the bearings with the Babbitt in them. They can't handle a straight weight oil. Used to run a lot of 20 W50 in the air-cooled engines, particularly with the Volkswagens, but nobody's running 20 W50 anymore because the bearing manufacturers have all changed the way they do the bearings on the cranks and the rods, and that's what messes you up with the oils. You have super lightweight oil nowadays. So in the case of the engine over there on that tractor over there, I run a 10W30 in it, non-synthetic. It calls for a synthetic blend, and you can run a 50-50 blend. You can't run full synthetic in anything without a radiator. You'll get 100,000 different opinions about it. But you're asking me what I run. I run a 10W30 Castrol, Valvoline or Pennzoil, and I try to stick to those. You can buy them fancy internet oils like Brad Penn and Royal Purple, but guess what? They're just oils that you're paying twice the money for. Well, I only run Brad Penn oil in my machines. That's fine, you do you, boo-boo, but you're paying twice the price for the same fucking oil. Brad Penn doesn't own an oil company. He doesn't have a refinery. He buys oil from fucking Pennzoil and puts it in Brad Penn bottles and sells it to you for twice the money. Nothing wrong with that. That's capitalism. That's what America's supposed to be about. But as a consumer, you're just wasting your money. Same thing with Royal Purple. Royal Purple is nothing but a rebottler. They buy their oil straight from Castrol, repackage it, send it to you for twice the price. But Lawn Tractor Life here, right here, we stick to Pennzoil, Valvoline, or Castrol. 10W30 in the machines. Some of them get 5W30. You can still find SAE30, but they took the zinc out of it. They don't put zinc in anything except the Brad Penn claims to have zinc, but the zinc is 0.006% of the oil. And pretty much every oil still has that much zinc in it. What does zinc do to oil? Okay, zinc is good for the valve guides. Valve guides are usually made out of brass or aluminum, and they tend to swell and contract with heat more than the metal around them. So the zinc helps to keep, it's a very tight tolerance with valve guides. If you let too much oil pass through a valve guide, it's going to smoke the engine. So you have to have a very little expansion when the valve guide heats up. Zinc helps to keep that valve guide from expanding at a too high of a rate. When you buy those oil additives, most of them contain zinc, but some of them are just pure zinc. Why they took it out of the oils, I don't know. They claim environmental. Well, they still make fucking bottles of zinc you can buy. So what's up with that? I think they do it because it's cheaper to produce the oil, produce the zinc, sell them to you separately. It's more profitable for them than to just go ahead and put the oil in the zinc. That's just my theory. I'm probably wrong. Don't listen to shit that I say, but I run 10W30 Valvoline, Castrol, Pennzoil, sometimes 530, or at least 50-50 blend. What else we got? Valvoline is a good brand. I'm using Valvoline. That's good. Don't use just full synthetic. Well, you can in car engines. Car engines have very complex oil pumps and oiling systems within the engine. Car engines, pickup engines, truck motors, yes, use full synthetic. Never in lawn equipment. Never, ever. 50-50 blend or dinosaur oil. Don't use full synthetic in none of your lawn gear. You can use it, it'll run it, it'll be fine, but what it's gonna do is reduce the longevity and the lifespan of the engine. It's gonna eat the bearings up on the rods and the crank, and probably the thrust bearings that keep the crankshaft from walking, side to side, or in a vertical engine up and down. Thrust bearings are the bearings with the edge on them. Full synthetic will wear those thrust bearings out. You'll have crankshaft play. So the automotive engines can take it with the full synthetic because they have better metals. They're made of better materials, and they're more complex, and they have more oiling capabilities. These things don't even have oil pumps. There's nothing but a little thing on the end of the rod that slings the oil upwards, you know. So that's all you get for oil. You don't have an oil pump on most of them. Some of them have oil pumps. This one does. But even that oil pump is very tiny. Stick to the 50/50s or the natural oils. Whatever weight you run, I would run whatever's recommended with the engine, or if there's not a recommendation, just stick with 1030 or 530. Now, if you go up to Maine, up north where it gets cold in the winter, it's a different story. You got to run different weights in different climates. Even if you go to Colorado or somewhere where there's high elevations, believe it or not, elevation changes can affect your oiling. So that, you know, but here in South Carolina, in the deep south, stick with SA 1030 or 5W30. Straight 30 works really good in lawn equipment if you can get it. But most places are out of it. Yeah, we carry it, but we're out of it. They don't ever order it. Because nobody buys it. Most of it's multi-viscosities now. Alright, let's see if we can get some spark on this machine. I'm going to get this. There's a big fat harness plug. I'm just going to unplug it. Like I said, some of these switches are normally open circuit switches, and some are normally closed. There's both on this machine, I'm sure. Just based on the fact that there's both on the lawn tractors, some of the switches, let's say you get off of the seat. Switch opens up. It's an open circuit switch. You get on the seat, it closes. Alright, so that's what they call a normally open circuit. Well, some of them work by cutting the power, and some of them work by grounding the power, you see. So, I don't know which ones do what on this machine, but I do know that most of these tractors, if you just unhook everything, it'll make spark. So let's try that theory, hope that it works. I don't need it to run. All I need it to do is bark. If it just barks and shoots a fucking smoke ring out, then I have succeeded. We can work on getting it running after that. Right now we're just trying to get spark to the engine. If I can get this fat fucker unplugged here. Without jabbing my finger. There we go. Oh, there's a lot of corrosion and shit in that thing anyway. Look at that thing. Man, that thing is fucked up anyway. Look at that son of a bitch. That thing needs cleaning if nothing else. Good God. We might have spark now, hopefully. Let's give it a little shot of fuel and spin it and see if it talks to us. Give me the face on. Just tell me you're alive. Come on, sweetheart. What's next? Well, let's do ourselves a favor. Yank out one of the spark plugs and see if there's any chance of it sparking. On the hand tools, I have to use Echo oil or it negates the warranty. Okay. Do you use ethanol or non-ethanol on your yard equipment? I use non-ethanol. Okay, good question. Great question. So, during the mowing season, when the shit's being used regularly, I use ethanol. Most everything's made for it nowadays. Now, if I'm dealing with something that's built before 2005, if it's an older tractor or it's an older piece of equipment, let's say pre-2005, just for example, then I stick with non-ethanol because ethanol fuel didn't really become popular in America until the early some odd 2000s, you know. They weren't really building equipment for non-ethanol. Some of you folks might be old enough to remember when fuel had lead in it. You had leaded fuel, you had non-leaded fuel. Eventually non-leaded fuel took over, but for a while, for many years, there were cars on the road that had leaded fuel valves in them, and the valves were different. The valves were made out of a different material. So some of us older folks remember the lead in a leaded fuel motor because it would fuck up the valves and shit like that. Maybe y'all don't remember that, but I remember it. So eventually everything was on unleaded fuel, and the manufacturers started building cars with the unleaded valves in them, and which is to this day how everything is built: cars, motorcycles, everything with an engine. So the same thing or a similar thing is occurring with ethanol versus non-ethanol fuels. Most of these newer machines, about everything from '05 and up, is built to run either ethanol fuel or non-ethanol fuel, okay? So you can run either one. If I'm running the machine regularly, I don't mind putting ethanol fuel in it. Sometimes I alternate. I fill it up one time with ethanol fuel, and then the next fill up will be non-ethanol. I do it with my jug. My 2-gallon jug, my 5-gallon jug are usually where I fill. I don't take shit to the gas station and fuel it up. I just buy the fuel in the jug. So let's say I need fuel from a 5-gallon jug. I'll go take it to the gas station, put regular ethanol fuel in it, and I'll use that till it's gone. And then the next time I go and fuel up, I'll take that same jug and go over here and put 5 gallons of non-ethanol in it, and I'll run that, you know. And it's really just a peace of mind thing for me. I've never had a piece of equipment take a shit or not operate properly because of any fuel. But there again, different qualities of fuel in different regions of the country. Some places like the Midwest have better fuel than we get here on the East Coast. Down south we get better fuel than they get up north. The quality of the fuel that you buy from the refineries, you know, is a different quality of fuel. Sometimes it's even a different color and a different smell. Same thing with non-ethanol versus ethanol. You can run whatever you want, whatever makes you feel good. You'll get 1,000 different opinions on it, either way. But, you know, and sometimes the price difference ain't that much, but then other times it is. I've seen non-ethanol $1.50 more per gallon than regular fuel, and that's crazy to me. That's something I really don't want to get into, but whatever you're comfortable with, run it, because your machine don't give a fuck. If I'm storing, I make sure that I run non-ethanol through the fucking thing before I store it. And I run a little fuel stabilizer in there too. If I'm storing for the winter, and by winter here in the South, we don't get a lot of winter, 3 months and we're done. But even that 3 month period, based on the quality of the fuel supply here in where I'm at, I run everything on non-ethanol. The last time I cut grass this year, will definitely be on non-ethanol fuel. Put the mower in the barn, put a little stabilizer in it, and let it run through, cycle through, and store it. I got mowers around back right now where I've done that. I put a gallon of non-ethanol in there, a little pink drip of stabilizer, ran it, and they're parked now. So that's a personal preference thing. I run a little bit of both. I alternate between them. So non-ethanol is ideal, he says Hupper Billy. I mean, it could be, but the ethanol fuels run just as good as the non-ethanols. They're just not as storable. What happens is the alcohol separates from the gasoline. If you've ever watched Terrell Fixes All, he has a best video experiment. He did an experiment on fuels and fuel additives. Terrell Fixes All. Check him out. He's got a 1-year study, and it was an honest study. He took 12 engines identical, out of the box, brand new, put different fuels in them, different fuel additives in them, and went out and started them every month. And also had little glass jars with samples of the fuel up above each engine, and what the effects were on the engines, and how the fuels broke down, how they evaporated. Terrell has a great video of that stuff. It's been about 2 or 3 years since he's done it, but that video right there in itself will explain fuels in a way that you've never understood. So check that out if you get a chance. Let's see, I've got my magnetic spark plug sockets here. And the only size I don't see is probably the size I need. I'm sure. I like the magnetic spark plug sockets. Yep, no, that's a 5/8, so yep, I got it. Them little rubber boot spark plug sockets, the boots slip out of them and they can get stuck on the spark plug and make a freaking mess. So I go magnetic with mine. Brand new spark plug. Brand new fucking plug. Brand new spark plug, people. Ain't never been fired. That says a lot. Yeah, I use these magnetic spark plug sockets. See, it's got the knurling on there. There's a lot of times when you're taking out plugs, you get grease on your hands and you slip. These right here you can turn with the knurling. And also, you see that little hole in there? Alright, you know what? If you got a plug in a tight spot, can't reach it, you fix it where that hole's looking at you. You put something in there and you turn it back. Tight spot. Also, socket in, so in case you want to put a wrench on it. Magnetic. Won't ever fall out. Ever. The ones with the rubber boots, that boot gets grease and oil, goo in it. The boot comes off onto the fucking plug. Pisses you off. You might be in a bad spot. Now you got a fucking boot on the plug. You can't get a wrench in there if you're down in a hole. Modern cars have the damn spark plugs down in the hole in the valve cover. Rubber boot gets in your way, you're done. You're having a hard time. This right here never happened. Pretty neat. It's the only way I fly. He thought it was a spark plug and then gave up. What? What the hell are y'all saying? I need to install a natural gas generator. He thought it was a spark plug. No, I'm just checking. I'm going to ground the plug and see if it's got any spark at all. Maybe we got a compression issue. Maybe we are sparking. I'm just confirming whether or not we have any spark at all, see? I'm not giving up yet. I may give up, but just not yet. I would love to have another person. I need somebody to spin the starter while I hold this ground. Or buy me a damn flow tester. That wouldn't be too easy. Alright, we definitely have a non-spark issue. Problem is we have no spark. We gotta figure out what it probably could be a bad coil. I'm thinking maybe the coil is bad. We think the coil might be shot. Okay, I can test for that too. Did you guys see where Pigskin Pete announced that he was doing a 24-hour stream for the draft, for the NFL draft? Anybody see that? Pete, if you're watching, and I'm pretty sure you are, you'll have to divide your stream into 12 hours or 8-hour shifts, buddy. YouTube won't let you post a 24-hour video, or they didn't. Anybody remember when Lou had his anniversary stream? It was 24 hours. You couldn't post it. Anybody remember that? That's only been a year or two ago, a couple of years ago maybe. Lou did an anniversary stream. Straight 24 hours. Couldn't post it because YouTube wouldn't allow it. Now, they may have changed it since then. And then somebody, I can't remember who, somebody did a 24 stream and they divided it into 3 8-hour streams. Who was that? Somebody did a 24 hours. It might have been Traveling Fools. Can't remember, but I don't think you can post a 24-hour stream. I remember Lou did a 24-hour and he had to get rid of it. He couldn't post it. YouTube rejected it. Yeah, he said that during the draft, which is April 24th or something, he was going to do a 24-hour stream. I think he's going to have to do 2 12 hours or 3 8 hours. I think. I could be wrong, but that's the way I remember it. Those 24 hours put a number on those creators looks miserable. Yeah, they can. I think that a guy like Pete can probably pull it off, though. Pete and Lou are two guys that can pull off 24-hour streams. Unlike Chas Hall or yours truly, I can't do a 24-hour stream. Traveling Fools, he could stream like perpetually and get away with it. People watch his streams. Some of his regular streams are 4, 5, 6 hours. He don't know what a 2-hour stream looks like. Me, I'm just out here doing my thing, and videoing it on YouTube. I don't know. You're a lonely old man, Kevin. No, I'm really not. I'm not. You're just a lonely old bastard. That's probably what some people are thinking right now, or whatever. But that's not the case. My life is full, dude. I have a great life. I like being alone sometimes, actually. It's good to be alone sometimes. Ever since I bought that dump truck, I've been going nuts. Bad dog. Shay, are you a bad dog? Shay. Are you a bad dog, Shay? Shay, are you a bad girl? She's a good dog. She's an excellent dog. Shay's a good girl. She'll be 6 years old in a couple of months, July 18th. Well, I got 2 of y'all on here. Let's see. Let's take this phone out for a minute. It's gonna get jiggly. I'm sorry about that, but I got something to show you guys. Huffer Billy, you're still in here. Let's go check this out. Let's go to the front yard. Walk and talk, right? Walk and talk. Let's do that for a minute. Let me show y'all something cool. How you doing? It's a beautiful day, man. It's pretty. What? What do you boys think about this rig right here? That's my baby. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. That's a good picture. That's my dump truck. Did I grab any meat at Tractor Supply? No. I found out it's it's not really a scam, but it's not what they put it out to be. You can get the 20 ribeyes for $39. Yeah, you can, but you got to buy $150 worth of shit to get them for that price. And also, they're not that good a ribeye. They're really kind of like a breakfast steak. I found out the other day. I was over there Thursday, I think it was. Them guys been selling it easily over here, and over at Greer. They got 2 trucks. They come out of Florida. He's a Florida man. And you can't just go up there and give them $39 and get 20 ribeyes, man. You got to buy other packages. You buy this package and this package, and you get the ribeyes. So fuck that. And the ribeyes ain't that good. Now the ones they have on display and they show you are not the same as the ones that they hand you when you buy them. So keep that in mind. But anyway, here's my dump truck. Yep, this is my dump truck. It's a 2013 Mack. Me and Jorge bought this thing together. We decided we were allergic to money. And so we went into the dump truck business. It's a badass truck though. So, yep, I bought this back in February. I made a comment on the girls show, on the ladies show, Bad Bitch Fuel, that I bought TK's dump truck. Well, TK, I guess she might have took it the wrong way or something. She thought I was making some sort of a joke or whatever. But no, I really did buy a dump truck. It's not TK's dump truck, you know. But that's a 2013 Mack. We've been working it pretty regular. And it's in a really good condition. It's a good truck. Got it for a good price. It's a little bit of a money pit. You know, it's a 12-year-old truck. But we've been working it pretty steady. And let's see, we call the company Royal Oak Trucking. That's what we do. And of course, I don't know if you guys know Jorge or not, but look here. Are you ready for this, guys? Dog tard. Yep. Fucking dog tard truck. And it's a Mack, so it's a bulldog. So we had to. Look here on the hood. See that shit? I mean, this is the most UGA truck ever. That's hilarious, ain't it? Yeah. Complete dog tard truck, man. But, you know, it is what it is. I can't really put any Alabama stickers on it because then it would just be confused, right? Yeah, we even got it over here. Hold on now. Yep. It's real. Here's a better shot of the company logo and shit. Yep. Yep. TK's dump truck is a dog tard. There's your proof right there, people. Been a really good truck so far. We've been working it pretty steady. You know, I'm not working every day, but I'm working most days with it. We got a couple of contract hauls we do with it. Sand, gravel, asphalt, construction debris, millings, shit like that. Haven't gotten into any scrap metal yet, but we're working on that. We're hoping to pull some scrap metal with it. And home every night. Start out about 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. You get done about 5 at night, some days earlier. Spend a boatload of money getting it going and getting it legal and that. Don't misgender the truck. Yeah, I can't put any Roll Tide or Scripted A on it or none of that because it would just be confused then. You know, I don't want that. So go Dogs, I guess. For our friend Jorge. Not for me, but for Jorge. We had to do it. The truck's red and white, you know, and it's a Bulldog Mac. So you can't not do that, right? Doesn't matter what team you like, you gotta have it like that. Next truck we gotta buy, the next one we buy is gonna be the Bama truck. That's what the plan is. Why did I quit trucking? I'm still trucking, dude. It's just I own my truck now. This ain't my first truck. It's Jorge's first truck, but not mine. This is my 5th truck. I've had 4 trucks. I used to have trucks in the late 90s and early 2000s. I ran a company with 4 trucks and 12 trailers. Pretty successful at it. I didn't quit because I had to. I quit doing it because I wanted to. I was running 2 other companies. I had the trucking, I had the Volkswagen shop, and I had a landscaping business all at the same time. And it was too much for me, so I give up 2 of them. Eventually, all 3 of them. Well, I didn't give up the VW shop. I gave up the landscape company, and I sold the trucks. And the shop stayed on. You could call it Drama Queen. That's a good one. Drama Queen. So yeah, Melis Vanellis, Lawn Tractor Life, has TK's dump truck. Oh. I don't have any hard feelings on TK. I like TK. She's good people. I'm glad she found what makes her happy. You know, we went through a bit of a spell, but it's been a while. She's all right. I watch the show every Sunday. Sometimes I have to watch it on the replay, but I try to join in it on Sunday if I can. Usually on Sunday afternoon, I'm settling down and I can watch the show. It comes on at 8 o'clock. So if I have to go to work early, I don't watch it. But if I don't have to be in until, sometimes I don't go in until 7:30, 8 o'clock. It just depends on what the contractor needs. But if that's the case, then I can watch the, Battle Angel and TK show. But a lot of times I replay it. I have Bluetooth in the truck, so my Monday routine is I'll catch the morning show if it's on. I'll watch that. And then between the morning show and Pigskin Pete, I'll do the BA show. Doesn't happen every time like that, but sometimes that's how it goes. Or sometimes I'll catch it on Tuesday morning. I'll watch the Sunday show on Tuesday. I still watch. I don't, just sit around and wait for it, but I still watch a lot of everything. I have a lot of lawn care people that I watch their stuff too. I do the same thing with the lawn care folks. There's a great YouTube lawn care and mower repair community out there. They're good people. I would love to have a slob Olympics where it's lawn care versus slobs, college football versus lawn care folks. That would be a fucking fun slobs, man. that would be amazing. If we had an event that crossed the 2 over, that would be perfect for me because I think that would be amazing. There's some good folks in lawn care. Tom Doby, DLT, Jungle Bob, Luciano. I mean, I could sit here and name hundreds of them. They're just good folks. They're Ken. I can't not mention Ken. Ken's Small Engine Repair. He has a Saturday stream every Saturday at 2 o'clock. He does a fantastic job with his stream. It's always a lot of fun to be in there. I'm not always in it, but I'm always watching it or listening to it when it's on. Ken's Small Engine. He's good folks. I would shout out to everybody except Spencer. Spencer Lawn Care, don't sub, don't watch those facetious motherfuckers. Spencer can suck it. How do I describe Spencer Lawn Care? YouTube shit. Period. End of story. Terrell, you got to sub to Terrell. Taryl fixes all. He's got a huge channel. He actually does a lot of how-tos, things like that. But he has a second channel that's all skits and funny shit, you know. May not be funny to some people, but they have characters, you know, it's pretty cool. She found her spiders. TK found her spiders. Well, that's good, man. Those spiders look like they're easy to lose. I think if I lost my spiders, I would just go get new ones. Because it would be a pain in the ass to find them. I'm glad she found her spiders, though. Those spiders are important to her. I gotta hook the charger back up. There we go. Sorry for the shake. Where was we at on this mower? Okay, we pulled the plug out and it didn't have any spark. We put the plug back in. I'm thinking we may have a bad coil. Let me test this coil. I gotta get a wire. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring power straight from the battery to the coil. Okay? I gotta uncover the positive post here. Okay? Then I'm gonna unreel my wire. I'm gonna put this in somewhere where it's not touching any metal. I'm gonna hook this in the positive post eventually. Then I'm gonna test the other end, making sure in fact that I have positive contact on the other end of the jumper wire. Confirmed. Now, can't let this end touch metal. I have to find out where the voltage goes into the coil. Usually a red wire. And it's right there. Okay, so I've identified my red wire. I gotta strip just a little piece off of it. Am I chain smoking, y'all? I feel like I'm chain smoking. I might be chain smoking. little tiny piece of this wire down to the metal. The copper. Alright. I'm going to take this wire from the battery. I'm going to attempt to hook it straight to this positive coil wire. Then I'm going to test that terminal for continuity. Yep, and I had it. I had 12 volts on the coil now. I have hot wired the mower directly off the battery. If the coil is good, this mower should talk to us. If this mower doesn't talk to us, the voltage is not going through the coil. Don't light a cigarette near the gas. Melissa's doing the process of elimination. That's right. Filling out. Hupper's filling out them taxes. Oh, kid. That's big news. You know you're paying. Motor's been hot wired. It should have spark now. What did we do with our fuel bottle? Let's give him a little drink. Alright, this thing should bark. If it don't bark, the coil's no good. Don't bark now, then we're done. Y'all heard that shit? Ha! Safety switch. Fucking safety switch. One of these safety switches is bad on this mower. She thought. Y'all hear that shit? Let's do it again. Give it a little bit more fuel. And run it again. Might get this fucking thing to run. Try it one more time. The coil's not bad. Come on, baby. Yep. It's alive! It's alive! It's alive! I wish I had somebody to stand here and feed fuel to it. There you have it, folks. It runs. Safety switch. We got a bad safety switch somewhere. Boom, Bob's your uncle. One of these safety switches is bad. She runs. She actually runs pretty good. Probably gonna have to build the carburetor, but I don't give a shit about that. That don't make me mad. Basically, what I did was I unhooked the entire wiring harness that goes between the coil and the rest of the mower. Everything that goes to the mower is unhooked. There's a harness there with about 8 plugs on it. I just unplugged the whole harness. So I ran a wire from the positive side of the battery over to where the ignition comes into the coil, the 12-volt power to the coil. Okay? Alright, this is the wire that goes live when you turn the switch on and off. And of course I still have an issue within the switch itself because I'm having the jumper wire to get the motor to spin. Alright? But once I got the coil live, so the 12 volt has to come out of the coil somewhere and go to the spark plug. If the coil's no good, that won't happen. The 12 volts comes into the coil but doesn't leave. So that test determined that the 12 volts is leaving the coil and going to the spark plug. The spark plugs are firing. So, whatever's killing us is in that wiring harness, which is a safety switch issue. That's what we have. We have a safety switch problem. Ha! Our problem is safety switch. I don't even know how many safety switches are on this freaking thing. I know there's a bunch. Let's talk about them. Seat. Seat is one. These arms have them. I'm pretty sure these arms don't have anything to do with the engine running, they're only the blade engagement. Because some of these things cut the engine off completely, and some only cut it off if you engage the blades. So I'm not worried about these two on the arms here. Okay? We definitely have seat. Parking brake is one. There's actually two down here for the deck engagement. Probably one for each arm, I'm assuming. And then there's one right here. That's your parking brake guy. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 safety switches. There's 7 safety switches on this. There may be 8. There may be one for the, because this thing runs on hydraulic fluid, so there may be a low hydraulic oil switch on it. I don't know if I can even get to that. So we're looking at 7 or 8 safety switches. That one right there is your seat. And then, not really sure what that is right there. There's 7 or 8 switches on this rig. I think part of my problem might be in this key switch. This key switch might be bad. I think this key switch might have taken shit. Let's take out this little panel. Looks like there's 3 or 4 fasteners holding it in. Let's take it out and see what's underneath it. What's it look like down there? It could just all be part of whatever. It might just be one thing wrong here. You know what I'm saying? It might not be but one problem causing all of it. Wait, what am I doing? Hold up, wait a minute. You can do better than this. Let's do it with this fella here. Hey, what else? Another one right here. Alright. Yeah. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. There's a fucking relay right here. 2 relays. I got 2 relays right here. Okay. There's 2 relays right here. One of these relays is probably what's wrong with it. I bet you a dollar over a nickel. One of these relays is taking a shit. Let's get the test light back. So I want to test this switch. See if the switch even works. May just be an issue of the switch not working. Let's see what happens when we test this switch. So we have 5 wires into the switch. Alright, 5 wires in the switch. One of them is 12 volts coming from the battery to the switch, so that should be hot all the time. The second one is coming from the switch to the coil. That should be hot when you turn the switch on. Another wire, wire number 3, is going to be hot when you go to crank the motherfucker. So that wire should be going over to the solenoid on the starter. Alright? And then the 4th wire is going to be an accessory wire for running headlights, etc., etc. That wire we don't even have to worry about. We only worry about 3 wires. And then the 5th wire is going to be the ground. Or the switch grounds itself, and then that wire goes to nothing. We're only concerned with 3. We need 12 volts coming into the switch. We need 12 volts for the coil. We need 12 volts for the starter. So we don't give a fuck about 2 of these wires, but we have to first understand which wires do what. So let's find out. I probably got to plug this harness back in. Let's plug the old harness back in there. Let me. I gotta try to clean that somehow. Clean that shit out of it. Let me get me a pick. I gotta clean that out. I don't want to put that back together like that. Let's give it a little clean up. Do a little comment check, see where we're at in the comments. TurboTax is having issues. Jump it. I just did jump it. You're about to have a running grass cutter. I hope so, buddy. I sincerely hope so. It will be amazing to get this thing fixed right here in the backyard. Oh yeah, there's lots of good stuff in there. Let's see if any of these have 12 volts on it. There's 4 of these guys, and there's no 12 volts here. These have 12 volts. I'm looking for 12 volts here. Oh, there's 12 volts right there. Right there's 12. Right there's 12 volts right there, boom. That's straight off the battery. And that's going, okay, that's not coming to that wire. That's a different red wire here. This one or this one? Oh, I lost you. Where'd it go? We're still hot here. I just found 12 volts a minute ago, goddammit. Where'd you go? There you are. So there's 2 red wires here. That's one of them there. That's 12 volts right there. These 12 volts. there's 12 over here on this switch. One of these is supposed to be full-time 12 volts. Nope, not so far. Alright, let's do this. Let's get the switch out of this fucking thing. Get it up here and work on it, see? Alright, you. One of these has to be 12 volts from the battery, dude. Usually it's the red one. This is that guy right there. That's supposed to put out 12 volts. Let's just light up. It's not. Okay, so maybe I'm losing power between there and there. Something has to feed this fucking switch. You're gonna feed the switch. The switch needs to be fed. Is it labeled? Fuck no. Fuck not. Shit. I could probably tie in 12 volts, but what good would that do? There's 12 volts there. Still working. 12 volts there. Nope. I gotta feed 12 volts to this bitch. It's gotta be here somewhere. This is probably it. This is the one. This is the wire that's supposed to be the one. See that double red right there? That's supposed to be 12 volts. I didn't know it. I just know it. Okay. 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 I have a plan, y'all. I have a plan. I have a plan. Let me get all my shit put up. I have a plan. Lay this back over in here. And then put this back up here. We're not gonna put it back yet. We're just gonna leave it right there like that. Start these bolts back in the holes they come from. So we don't lose them. this. Throttle, de-choke. There's supposed to be an element in there, up there. We'll deal with that some other time. Do that like that. You know, this started as just a cleaning job. This was gonna be just a cleanup. And it's escalated. Let's move the camera a little bit, folks. Get you guys up here on the table. There we go. We're back in the shop now. P-Digit says pop the clutch. I wish it was that easy, buddy. I do. I wish it was that simple. But I do have a plan. Give me a few minutes and we'll talk about it. I believe in putting up my tools when I'm done with them. Because we're done for the day with this. But I'm not ending the stream just yet. Because I want to talk to you guys about it for a minute. Everybody has a plan until they get hit in the mouth. That's a good one, HBP. That sounds like it's pretty accurate too. I mean, you have a great plan until you get hit in the mouth. And then, if you get punched in the mouth, pretty much all plans are out the window, right? This would be what they call Plan B. There's Plan A and Plan B, and I think I'm working on about Plan M right now. All right. Let's I gotta put my cap back on. I need my cap. I haven't had my cap on in a while. I feel naked without my beanie. Here we go. That's better. You look ridiculous in that. I don't care. I like wearing it. I pretty much look ridiculous whether I'm wearing this or not. Think about it. Okay, pull the phone off the tripod, do a little walk and talk. Damn, this has been 4 hours now, jeez. That wasn't meant to happen. Alrighty, so we got a lot done on it today. We got it all cleaned up. It looks a lot better. Let's look at it from the other side in the sunshine. It looks really good. Yeah, it came out pretty good. We got all the crust off of it, the mold, the mildew, and all the leaves and years worth of neglect washed off of it. And then we got it all lubricated. And we went through all that and got most of that completed. And we did actually hear this thing bark off. It did actually fire and run. It's got some electrical gremlins going on. And like I said before, I've never worked on one of these things. I've never turned the first wrench on a zero-turn engine in my life, ever. This is the first time, and I've worked on a lot of stuff over my 40-some-odd years of being a mechanic. but this is not something that I'm familiar with. I'm familiar with the lawn tractors, you know, and then I can work on those all day, every day. And I feel like this can't be that much different. This has a lot of the same parts that that's got. That has a lot of the same parts that this has got. So they're very similar in technology. And but as far as actually having any hands-on experience with a zero turn, I have none. And so I do know that this thing has a lot more electronics going on than this one does. This thing's got maybe 3 safety switches, and it's very basic and simple. Uh, so, you know, it doesn't take a brainiac to work on this thing and figure it out anyway, you know. This thing here is a different story. A, because it's zero turn, and B, because it's a commercial grade unit. And that changes the game. I don't know how to explain that, but commercial grade is a whole different game than consumer grade. But we did get to hear it run, so we did accomplish that goal. We actually accomplished 2 goals. We accomplished getting it cleaned up, getting it demolded, demildewed, and it looks way better. It's 100% improvement just in appearance. We put the swivel tire on the front, which was not on this video. I'm sorry, unfortunately, I didn't think to video that. I was just focused on getting the tire changed. I got that done. And we installed the new battery, which I don't need a video. It's pretty self-explanatory. And the other thing that we accomplished was we did find out that this mower will run. This machine will, it's very much alive and will run. It's probably going to need a whole lot more work to get it to run properly. I'm thinking carburetor build and full tune-up, you know, and things like that. But it does run. It's alive. The engine's not locked up. It hasn't thrown a rod, and it doesn't need a valve job and shit like that. This is a good. It's worthy of fixing and sinking some time and effort into. I think it's not rusted out completely. So we do have electrical issues, and here's the plan, guys. I'm gonna spend some time studying. Do some research, find some wiring diagrams for this machine. This being a 97 model, it's 1997 zero turn, so hopefully I can find some sort of diagrams that show the wiring, how it operates, and where it goes, and start from there, and just start, you know, tracing wiring diagrams on this machine and find out, because we're losing power. We don't have 12 volts going from the battery to the switch. And I think that's the main thing that's going on. It still could be a safety switch issue, but we don't know. You have to trace from the key out. You have to start at the battery, work your way to the key, then work your way to the solenoid, then work your way to the coil, etc., etc. And with a rig like this, there's many things that can interrupt each of those systems. So the thing to do is to call it quits for the day, drop back and find some wiring diagrams, also talk to some other people who do have experience with this thing, because it might be one of those deals where some guy just says, you know what, this is what you got to do to it, and it's fixed, boom. Sometimes them old dudes, you know, they know shit like that about this thing. I would be the guy to talk to about this tractor, you know, about where to hit it with the hammer. I'm not with this one, but I probably know somebody who can guide me and direct me and get this thing fixed. And so that's about going to do it for this live stream, y'all. I'd like to thank everybody who joined in, all you guys who came and stayed. I really appreciate you all. I hope y'all have a great Saturday and Sunday and the rest of your weekend. Like to pay honor and respect to those who are no longer with us, and that BBD, Gold Blue Dude, etc., etc. You know, you guys are missed in this community. And shout out to everybody who participates in all YouTube channels. you know, the spectators, the watchers, the creators, the commenters. May not like all of you, but I admire the fact that you're here on anybody's YouTube channel. Thank you so much for watching this video and any of my videos. Some of them are not watchable to me, but you guys hang in there and you watch my stuff. And so, that being said, I'm going to sign off now. I really appreciate it, y'all. I love you guys all. And God bless every one of you. Where the hell's the end button? There's an end button. Sorry guys, here's the end button. Have a nice day.